Good morning, everybody. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Refresh here. Make sure I'm live. Nope. Good morning. Okay. We're going to work on these. All right. Oops. Okay. I like using a lot of stencils. Morning. Oops. Hello, sweet drop 45. Good morning. How are you? Hope all is good. I got this deep, like, cough. I just, then morning, it's like, wow. Okay. Let's see. That's pretty cool. Trim some spots here. A little bit. Why does that seem weird? Oh, okay. I think you're 2.5 inches wide. Okay. 5.5. That for today. Put this in. Oh. There we go. What am I making? Oh, I got that one wrong. That's all right, though. Oh, hang on 1 second. Let me fix this before I forget. There we go. I made these yesterday. They were little mini canvases. Got some hearts, butterflies. The circles are my favorites. I colored them. I painted all of them. Colored these in images. And they're going to go on top of here with some other stuff. And then they're going to be my thank yous when when somebody buys something from me. It's going to be my little thank you card. And I am not, what I'm going to do is, and I have to figure this out because I want them to be able to use this. And I'm thinking about, I don't know, how they can take this off, but then they could just use the whole card in something, I guess. So I'm probably just going to figure something out. I always like to send a little thank you, and I thought these were kind of cool. So look at. That's my idea. Making coffee. And I just did the backgrounds myself too. Okay, that'd be 3. That one, okay. Thank you. Just a little thank you. I always send a little goodies too. And also, it's always thank you with a little goodie. It's a polite thing to do, in my opinion. Get that off. And these is all the paper. This is what it looks like. I don't know if you saw. This is the darker paper you see is Amy's paper, but the paper that's got a pattern on is all mine. It's my paper that I mixed media. There we go. That behind me. And I get out of this one. Okay, some are different sizes, but that's okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So I got 10 out of that. That's almost 2 sheets. Okay. All right. Still think It's gonna need something. Maybe not. I have an idea. I'm trying to think how I could do that. And they can take it off. Well, they could cut it out if they wanted to. I wish I had that. Oh, I don't even know what it's called. But you can put it behind something and it sticks, but then it's removable. I don't know what it's called. It kind of reminds me of gum. I don't know what it's called though. So, do you know what I'm talking about? Anybody out there? Good morning, my lurkers. How are you? So Scott and I went out to dinner with Sam and the kids. Sam had to go get glasses. And it was in the mall. And he's like, can you come and help me watch the kids, Mom, while I get my glasses? And I'm like, sure, where are you going? And he tells me, I said, well, me and Dad are headed in that direction. Anyways, because we were going to Longhorn Steakhouse. He's like, I said, you want to join us for dinner? And he's like, I'm in. So we went to the glass place. Got Sam, order his glasses. They gave him free contacts to try, which was pretty cool. It's weird. It was weird seeing Sam without glasses on. He hasn't had contacts in a while. And they could pull it off. Yeah. Excuse me. So went and had dinner. Nice dinner. I laughed because we're going out to dinner tonight to celebrate our birthdays. And here we went out to dinner last night. Tacky. Yeah. Oh, that's what it's called? Tacky? Okay, thank you. What is your real name? Or you don't have to tell me, but I prefer to call you instead of Sweet Drops. Oh, excuse me. I'm going to see if I can find that on Amazon. Tacky. Okay. T. Oh, it's like a removable adhesive poster puffy. Well, this stuff's not cheap. Yikes. Oh, not cheap. But, excuse me. We went to Office Max to buy me a new chair because Vanessa, my chair that I sit in is so old. It's got to be 15 years old. And I can finally feel, where you bolt the bottom end up. I could feel a bolt in one of my butt cheeks. Excuse me. So I said to Scott, I want to take some of my stimulus money and buy me a new chair. He's like, okay. So we get there. I pick out the chair. And I bring up the coupon. And the guy goes, we don't know if we have that chair. They didn't have it in stock. They checked the warehouse. They had none in the warehouse. They don't know if it'll be on the truck today. So I asked for all the information. And I take it home. I come home. And I felt my chair, the one I wanted. And this is the jaw dropper. Because my chair is the one I was buying was $259, which I thought was crazy for a chair. But then, like Scott says, honey, you sit in it all the time. I'm always in it. I'm always in my craft room. I mean, I watch everything in my craft room. I don't know why we even have a living room because I'm never in it. But whatever. So, $154 on Amazon. Same identical chair. and I'll have it Friday. Isn't it? I was like, oh my God. Or some 179. 179 or 159. I'm going to look. But all I know is the one that I was going to, if they would have had in stock, I would have paid $269 for, or 289. 200. Oh, wrong one. $289 it was, because I was like $300. You know, I told Scott if it was for stimulus, I wouldn't be getting this chair. You know, was my thought, and it couldn't promise me when it would be in. Yeah, $289 at Office Max. $289. I found the same chair on Amazon for $177 before taxes. So I'll go with taxes, $187. That's a $102 difference. Place it on the back of the canvas, then you can move it. Yeah. So I might put these off and put them on that. I'm going to get me some of that. Because I really want them to be able to use this. I want them. So I was good, and I don't know if this will look tacky. This is how I was going to do it. I was going to cut this off like this. And I was just going to take a piece of double-sided tape and put it like that. Does that look tacky to you guys? I did it that way. So then they could just peel it, and they can just take that off if they wanted to. That's what I was going to do. So my chair will be here Friday. And I had good, what's good timing because we have overflow garbage. And this chair is going out on the curb tonight. And I'll sit in a fold up chair all day tomorrow until my chair comes. But I couldn't believe that. So we're just going to do like that. And then they can just peel that right off. And then they can just slowly peel that off. That'll work. That'll work good. There we go. That's a good idea. There we go. So I'm not going to over decorate them. And then it'll just say thank you on the back from me. That'll work. I think that'll work good. Yeah, there we go. That'll work. And I don't have to order some tacky stuff. That'll work. Yeah. I was going to jelly print on the back of these, and I decided not to. Man, it's windy out today. Get this one back on the plastic a little bit. There we go. We get a drink here. So is anybody working on anything or just waking up? My new marker shelves will be in the day. They're on the FedEx truck as we speak. Be nice if they came early. That'd be cool. That'd be really awesome. Oh. Good morning, everybody. Hi, KK. How are you? Good morning. Hope it's a pleasant one so far. Just made a cup of coffee. Yeah, I don't drink coffee. I drink my Pepsi. I've never was a big. I don't like hot liquids. I know it's weird. I'm working on a subtitle on my video and trying to figure out how to record and share a screen on program I use to record my videos. Ah, gotcha. Now, I'm not a very hot drinker. Once in a while, I like my teas or a hot chocolate, but most of my stuff has got to be cold. My milk, I don't drink a lot of milk, but when I drink my milk, I have to put it in a freezer for about 20 minutes because I like my milk really, really cold. And I'll tell you where that comes from. That comes from going right into my grandparents' milk house and getting it out of the milk tank. And that milk was fresh, right out of a cow, storing in the milk tank. But that thing was so cold. That's how our milk was. So that's where that comes from when it comes to milk. It's got to be ice cold. That's cute. That looked good. That's a good idea. I can take that off and keep it. I got two more on this one. And then I cut. So if anybody's new here, I have a sale. There's 3 of us in this sale this weekend. Hang on. I'll get you the channel that we are on. It's Sabrina, Mismatched Crafter. A friend of Bima's named Jennifer, and Bima will be the person hosting this sale. I will also be on there. Here is the channel if nobody knows. Paste. And Bima also has her sale on Friday as well. So I should do a preview video. I should get that up today. I'll do that today. Coda Bear going to be here to help Nana. Because I had Allie last week, so it was all I heard out of him. When can I spend the night? When can I spend the night? And at first I was like, no, I got the sale. And then I'm like, okay, this is the deal. He's like, what? I said, you have a choice to come Friday into Saturday or Saturday into Sunday. I said, but if you come Saturday, you have to be on your best behavior because Nana has her sale. I can help. So we'll see. I don't know which day he's coming because Sam said talk to Diamond. So later on, I'll talk to Diamond about it. So got that bunch done. So yesterday I tried this new jelly stuff, okay? It's still tacky on the outside. So I think I just used too much. Because real tacky. So what I'm thinking about doing, because it's so tacky, is laying a piece of tissue paper down. Because, man, I put a lot of work in that. I can't, but I don't know. I bought this gel medium gel brilliance Monty Marty off Amazon. I don't know. Can you see? It's tacky. Where this one I didn't, I just did the bottom. This one's real. I don't know how to, or what to do to get that off. Somebody told me I probably, it wouldn't be as taggy. I probably just used too much. Yep, he's my goodie bagger. Yep. He was all excited when he looked through them here. He did a good job. Yep. He's like, another sale? And I'm like, yeah, Nana's having it this time. He's like, oh, I can't buy nothing? And I'm like, oh, no. Yep. He was my little sale. I will be right back. Okay. Sorry, I had to go cut these real quick. Tissue paper out. Oh. I wasn't. Yeah. Yep, he bought the extra goodie bags. No bigger. I wasn't. No. I was so excited that he won. I wasn't gonna make a big deal, a couple bucks. Not that, you know what I mean? It's like no major. I'm like, what did you buy? It'd have been like a pricey item. I'd have been like, Kilburn? Oh, I have a problem. But he asked me what was going on. So I told him. I don't know. Okay. I don't know if that's gonna work. Not what I thought would work. I thought it would. Let's see it. It's not what I thought. Trying to see what I can. It's not as tacky as it was yesterday, but you can feel some of a little bit of it. I don't want to waste this. It's kind of cool. It sticks to my hand. That was good stuff. I told him no Christmas, but he bought me a Christmas one anyways. Oh, well, it was all in fun, I don't get like that. I don't get upset about small stuff. It's only money. His enjoyment was what I enjoyed more than what I mean, I'll KK, I'll just say it. There could have been crap in that goodie bag. Okay. I'm not saying there was, but if there was, his smile and his enjoyment is what mattered. You know, does that make sense? He was so happy. I won you a Nana. You know, I was so happy that it was a priceless moment, I guess is the way to call it. Except if they'd have bought me a $60, $70 item, then I would have been like reaching out, going, "Hey, Kilburn," and I would have did it right away and explain. But you know, because yeah, those bags were nice. I got Riley's that Tammy Passion bought the Disney, and I bought the Disney that's all in one bag because I have the kids for a week come April when Diamond and Sam go to Hawaii, and me and Riley are going to make a Barbie, a princess journal with the stuff. And I got that sitting in the bag that it came in. Plus, Bima sent some paper for Riley. We're gonna make her a little book, and then she can just stamp away. You know, she'll be fine. All right. I wonder if I put like a little layer of baby powder or something on this to take that tacky feeling away. I'm not picking it up anymore, so whatever I'm doing. Nope, I wasn't worried about it. Nope. When he told me in his excitement, if you could have seen his face on my end, it was complete joy. And then I'm like, "What did you buy?" And then he showed, and I went up to see what it was, and I'm like, "Oh, what, $6, $7, whatever it was." And I'm like, "Oh, okay." You know, you'd have bought a $40 item, there'd have been talk. But I think you what, $2, $3 bags, no major. You know, what's funny is I kind of nope. I kind of walked myself into that one because he asked me what was going on. So I explained him. And he said to me, "So you only hit me?" And I'm like, "Yeah." Well, I walked out of the room. I came back and he's like, "Nana, I won you a bag." And that was his attitude. And I'm like, "What? What did you mean?" So no major. So it was quite a surprise for me too when I got that video. So that was kind of cool. When I got the stuff, I'm like, "Wow, you did good shopping." But he knows I love Halloween. Because when you showed a Christmas one, and I'm like, Nana don't need Christmas. I got a lot of Christmas. I really didn't need Halloween either, but Halloween's Halloween, you know. So, but it was all good. I am going to do this only thing I can come up with, and I'm just gonna test it out. Oh, I forgot to wash a brush. Oh, I'll have to soak that. I always buy Dollar Tree brushes, so I ain't too worried. So I'm just going to put a thin layer of Mod Podge over this to see if that takes away that stickiness. And if it takes away the stickiness, then I can use it. Because I really don't want to waste this. But he's a cutie. He is the atypical, hyperactive, fly on the seat of his pants boy. My grandson is. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Can't sit still. And he's school trained because he's well behaved in school. and polite. Teachers say that all the time. I asked the teacher once, would you tell a parent if their kid was not well behaved? She goes, yeah. I'm like, oh, okay. I was just wondering. I said, because the child you're describing is not the child we see. Not that he wasn't well behaved, but for him to sit still. There you go. There you go. Yeah. I love Halloween. Okay, I have 3 bins of Christmas and 2 bins, like, Rubbermaids. Probably a little bit bigger than the Tim Holtz mat. 3 of them of Christmas and 2 of them of Halloween, and I still buy it. It's I love those 2 holidays. And the thing is I let the kids, and it don't matter if it's a Dollar Tree sticker or a Julie expensive, We Are Memories or whatever, Heidi Swap sticker, whatever. I don't care. I just let the kids use the stuff. I don't. Unless I have a plan for it, they have pretty much free reign. They know when it comes. See, I have a thing. I hang my stickers. They know if it's on the wall, they can't touch. And this other wall, if it's on that wall, they can touch. And then when it comes to the holiday stuff, I don't sweat it. I don't sweat it. Unless I have plans for it, I don't. Because they know. This is like a free zone for nanas. They pretty much can use what they want. I'm going to mute for a second, ladies. Sorry, my nose was dripping. But they know their limits. I don't. That's cool. I'll be there. But I was told last night not to use a brush putting a gel medium on. To use like a spatula. So that was a new tip. A new tip from somebody. So next time I go to do this, I'm gonna use a spatula. Because I was using a brush. So that was a new tip I thought from somebody, from a friend. She doesn't follow my channel. She was new to my channel. She messaged me in an email. And I'm like, okay, I'm gonna try that. And I have a spatula. I just have to figure out where I got this. Oh, I thought maybe this I could use. Or I know I have a Dollar Tree spat somewhere. Hi, Sabrina. So yeah, don't apply the gel medium with paintbrush. Spatula. That was, good morning. That was a new tip I received just. Oh, it's taking the sticky away. So I'll have less. You use less that way, I guess, too. I was in bed by 10 o'clock last night, ladies, and I woke up at 6 o'clock 6 o'clock this morning. I wasn't up very long, and I'm like, oh my God, I slept late, and Scott goes, why? I said, my morning people are going to wonder where I am. Scott was headed to bed. I was getting up. Because he's on night shift, so he stayed up last night. Because he was getting that routine. Awesome, it worked. So I'll do the other one, and then I'll set these aside. Oh, I'm just going to set this aside. You guys don't need to watch me dry this. By the time I go to use it, it'll be dry. All right. You can tell the difference, too. Look, it's still sticky. This was sticky, and I just put a layer on top of Mod Podge on top of it. So it's not sticky no more. Thank good, because I don't want to waste that. I hate wasting. So, lesson learned. Use a spat, not a brush, applying gel medium. I was informed. So, just so you know that, Sabrina. And this is what I have for, I'll get it. I just remember where I have it. Pretty sure it's in here. If not, I might have to make me a trip to the Dollar Tree today. Yep, I might have to make me a trip to Dollar Tree. Because I am not finding it. With the spoon. Yeah. I wish my boxes would come in so I could stash that. Yeah, I'll definitely pick up a I thought I had one. I don't know where it is. But she also said to have something like this. Oh, because I had somebody watch my video from yesterday, and I got like when I was doing a gel medium, I said I was so tacky and sticky on top. She said it's because I used a paintbrush. I got too much on. You don't need a lot. So she said to use a spatula, and I was going to show the spatula from the Dollar Tree, but I can't find it. I don't know where it is. Or something like this to apply it. Because this is still tacky. This has been drying since last night. It's still tacky. And then take one of these, and it'll flatten it out on the bottom half as well as the top, and you'll pick up a lot of what you don't need. That's what I was talking about. So I was sitting there, didn't want to waste this piece these two pieces I did. So now I'm just covering with a layer of Mod Podge on top. This, a lot of glue on this one. But yeah, so I had viewer send me an email about that. I'm like, oh. And she sent me a video to watch where a lady. That's what I like about you people, all you people out there. You know, I'm always learning something new from somebody. You know? And I gotta think, and I think that's what's awesome about this community. It's not that we're telling you what to do, or it's just little tips that other people have that work for them. It may not work for me, you know? Tina, is it the tiny spatula from Crafter Square? What's this? I don't know where. This is a Master Touch. Just any little spatula. It didn't matter. She used one from a Dollar Tree and I had it. I have it. I don't know where it is. I got one. I just grabbed this from my kitchen to show you. Something like this is all she had, but hers was red from the Dollar Tree. It had a big one on the top and a small one on the bottom, and that's how she applied her glue. And I have the same one that lady used. It's in this room somewhere. The question is, I thought it was in my box over there, but it's not. Yeah, it was just the regular kitchen spatula she used. And the one that she used was a double end one. Was a smaller one on the top or bottom, the bigger one. However you had it. And I have that. So you know what today's going to be? I'll be looking for that spatula. I've been waiting for medium-sized boxes to come in for over 2 weeks from the post office. Because I'm destashing, and I might actually just go to the post office and grab some boxes today. All my molds for resin. I don't use, it's not my thing. I've tried it. I don't like it. So I'm going to be destashing resin molds. Because they're going bye-bye. They're not my thing. And neither is clay. So they're going bye-bye. Once I get boxes, because I'm just going to make boxes up and sell it for a flat price, and let them go. All right, we're gonna put this aside and let it dry. Yeah, they told me 5 to 10 days, so it's been over that long. It's been longer than that. So my mailman, when I gave him Jennifer's package yesterday, he said he was gonna check for me, see what's the hold up, and he's like, "How many you want?" And I said, "I only need I usually order them in bulk." I said, "But I only really need like 3, 4 of them." So he said if he remembers, he was going to grab me a couple. I got an awesome mailman, guys. I cannot complain about my mail person guy. He's such a nice man. I was worried because I had an awesome mail lady, and they moved her route. And I got, I can't remember. God, what was his name? You didn't know. Oh, man, I can't remember his name right now. But he's a very nice man. He takes extra packages, and I'm like, "I'm sorry, I have extra something," He's like, "I'm here. Don't worry about it." And I'm, talk about, because I can't hand them to him anymore. I think it's stupid, but it's their policy with Colvick. I don't put my packages out on my step for him to grab. I have him ring the doorbell because I don't want them stolen. I can't hand him through the door. He rings the doorbell, he steps off my stairs, I have to put the packages down, and then he came to grab them. Because he's like, you need to put him down on the step, Tina. And I'm like, oh, okay. But that's their policy right now. My mail carrier does the same thing. I don't know. Yeah. Well, my old place, my house, when my mailman retired, me and Scott got invited to his retirement party. I've always been good to my mail people. Always. Yep. He said there were certain people that he got to know on his road, like personally, as he said. You know, ask him how his day is. It's just that little bit. How's your day? And when Jerry retired, all of a sudden we got an invitation. And we went. I laughed because he said to his wife, make sure you note in Jerry the mailman, because I never knew his last name. You know, I didn't know his last name. He's just Jerry the mailman. So when we got the invitation to his retirement party, it was like in 2 envelopes, and the second envelope inside it said, from Jerry the mailman's family. And that's kind of cool. Cletus? I'll have to ask Scott. I think that's his name. I could be wrong. And my mailman is a black man, okay? Nothing wrong with it. I don't care either way. But I was sitting on a porch and I was watching the riots in Minneapolis when he came through, and he asked if he could see real quick, and he was worried because his brother's out there. So he watched a video with me for a few minutes, and then he's like, I need to call my brother. He was worried about his family. And I'm like, ooh. And I said to him, I am very sorry that your race is going through this. He asked me how I felt about the situation with George Floyd. I said he shouldn't have died. The police technique shouldn't have been there. I go, but he shouldn't have resisted either. I said, that's a two-way street right there. But the way they handled after he resisted, that was all wrong in my eyes. All wrong. He's like, thank you for that. I said, no. I said, personally, I said, a person should not die in police custody. It shouldn't happen. That's my view on that. Was George Floyd wrong resisting? Yes. And we talked about that, him and I, for the longest time. And he told me my perspective was accurate, you know. And I said, and a good police officer on that situation should have known, because I could see by the video when they're walking him up and he's sitting like on the wall by the store, you could tell he wasn't right. These police officers, in my opinion, these days need to be trained more in recognizing a person that's impaired, not with just alcohol, but drugs. If I'm a person watching a video and can say, oh yeah, he's definitely on something, shouldn't recognize that as well. I could tell. I don't know if I'm the only one, but yeah. And I said to him, I said, I could tell he was on something. I could tell before they even tried to put him in a squad car that he was on something, that something wasn't right, that he was medicated real messed up. He was just, I mean, everybody has that panic mode when it gets that Oh shit, I got stopped by a cop mode. But this, you could tell he was just not right. I could tell that. I knew it. And I never knew about that chokehold thing, knee on the neck thing. That blows my mind. But yeah, him and I've had some conversations, my mailman and I. It's like Black Lives Matter. They do matter. But he does not believe in the Black Lives Matter group. He believes in a statement, Black Lives Matter. He does not believe in that group or whatever you want to call it, because they're take advantage, he said, of people's tender hearts to send, get rich, as he called it, get rich. That foundation, the Black Lives Matter Foundation, that's it. He says is a get rich for somebody else, not black communities. He goes, don't go, if you're going to be kind, Tina, don't give any money to that. So that, and I'm like, wow. He goes, yeah. The statement, Black Lives Matter do, but not the foundation. He goes, and I'm thinking he'd probably be the one to know, you know. He moved out. I asked him what made him come to Green Bay, because he is from Minneapolis. He says to get away from it. He says that it's a very racist city. I'm like, damn. He goes, yep. And job opportunity. Got an awesome job working for the postal department. He jumped at it. He said he didn't. And he's not very old. I asked him how old he is. He's only 28 years old. So he's young. He's my daughter's age. I'd have never thought it when he told me that. But yeah. Now his brother's here. His brother and his whole family. They left after all that. Scary thought, hey? I could never imagine that. Like I said, I can't live in your shoes. I can never state I can. But my theory is you listen to a police officer, for one. You don't resist. Secondly, they should be trained instead of defunding. They need to train these officers. There's so many drugs out in this world today. The effects, science. I could tell. That he definitely was on something once they got him out of the car, the way he was walking, the way he was talking on the wall. Yeah, he was having some reaction. Yep, I do too. Christmas, I always get I have a quickie trip down, which is a gas station. I don't know if you guys have quickie trips where you live. We have a quickie trip. It's right down the road. I always put $20 on a gift card, and then a little card and some candy in a bag or a coffee mug. This year, because I had a new mailman. So this is what I did for Ashley. I went and bought the because they have the refill cup mugs at Quickie Trip. So I bought the mug and put the gift card, in the mug. I put it all together. So then he has his mug, because you can refill the mug for like 89 cents versus if you walk in. Yep. He got call a camel by a black buster. What's a camel? I don't know that. See, there's so many terminologies out there. I don't get it. I don't understand them. I feel, yeah. Well, like I told Jameson, Tim's friend. He's a black kid. I always say kid. They're adults now, but they've always be kids in my eyes. I feel for him, but I told him, Jameson, his skin tone. Okay, I said to him, whatever you do, if a cop tells you to sit and spin, you sit. He's mixed. Okay, you sit and you spin. Don't resist. Don't get lippy. Just do what they tell you to do. And I told Tim the same thing because, in my personal opinion, if you get multi with a cop, no matter what color you are, you're bound to get hurt. But I do think, okay, I do think that blacks have a higher, I don't know the word exactly, that perception of police officers. I do think because of the history of how we treated the blacks in our history, that the awareness, I guess, against, oh, I don't know how to word that, is different than a white kid. They always say it's the cop, the cop. But I think also it all depends how your perspective and how what you're told as a child goes in there too. If you're always told to hate cops, you're going to hate a cop. And Tim was like raised in that hate cops, hate blacks. Okay, that's how my foster son was raised for 15 years. I don't know how I did it, but I worked a miracle because now his best friend is a black kid or black boy, black man. And even Jamie said, you worked a miracle because Jamie said and told me straight up that we were having this conversation. If he would have met Tim at 16 years old and Tim had that attitude, he'd have probably kicked his ass. But see, I didn't allow that in my home. And Tim would make racial remarks and I'd get mad. I made him write them down one day and I made a list and explain to me all these little things. Why he feels this way. And he couldn't. He couldn't do it. He just couldn't do it. He could write them down, but he couldn't explain why he felt that way because it was his mother. That was all his mother's influence. Was the environment he lived in. That's the word, environment. I also think it's the whole environment you lived in. And you have Jameson, who said he was always told by his parents to beware of police officers. And you have Tim, whose mother was very racist. The environments. I asked Jameson how he feels now. He says, I've met a few good police officers. He said, so, and he said, I was right. They tell you to jump and do jumping checks, you do it. But perspective wise and environment, I guess that's best word, I think. But yeah, Tim was bad. I was talking about that yesterday. But was born in the South, and I don't know how it is but his mom just, I never saw a mother raise her kids the way this woman did. I don't get it. There are some women that shouldn't have children, okay, in this world. Tim's mom, real mom, she's one of them on the list. To raise your kid, and I just can't. I still, to this day, and he's been in our life for over, he was 15, he is 32 years old. I've had him in my life since he was 15 years old, and he is 32, so over 15 years. And I cannot imagine raising your kid with such hate, for one, like he was raised in. B, abandoning your child to here's the world. He has no respect for her, and she doesn't and this is what gets me, and now she tries to use him. So, doesn't like other races, I can attest to that. I was born and raised in South Maria? Yeah. I don't remember what part of South she was raised in. Tim was born in Wyoming, but she wasn't. She was raised in the South somewhere. I don't know if they classify Utah as South, but Tim wasn't, but she was. But man, he got out of for him to have his best friend be a black boy. I'm proud of that his perspective changed 100%. The first time he brought Jameson over is when I knew I did something good. Because I had this, what the hell kind of, because I knew Tim, because I knew, I mean, and because I said to Tim one day, he says he remembers me saying to him, he said he was about probably 17, that I went to him and I said, Helen, you went on. I just kind of thought maybe you might be on. Okay, Jennifer, you go get some sleep, girl. He said he remembers me saying to him, skin color does not make the person. You bleed the same inside. I said that to him. He goes, well, how would you judge a person? I said, I'd get to know the person. If I like them, I like them. If I don't, I don't. The outside doesn't matter, Tim. It's how that person is in the inside. But you still bleed red. He said he said he can remember me telling him that. I said, you're going to deny a friendship with somebody because of their skin color, Tim? What if he could be your best friend? What if this person saved your life? And that was kind of stuff that I put. I said, take it that way. And this is how Jameson and Tim met. And he said it was the closest thing to. You have to understand, Tim can't weigh. My son Tim can't weigh 110 pounds soaking wet. He has put on some weight lately, so he looks good actually, but he ain't drinking. He's cut back, thank God, because I could do only what I could do the time frame I have him. I can't solve every issue with him. And Tim liked to drink, but he's toned back so much. And then we got, thank you. But he was out in a bar, and some guys were going to beat the hell out of Tim because Tim gets malty when he drinks. He's a little asshole, actually. I'll put it bluntly. Tim's a little asshole when he drinks. I told him one of these days, that mouth of yours when you're drinking is going to get your ass in trouble. Oh no, because he's a cocky little thing too. Guess what? He shot his mouth off at the wrong time in a bar, and he almost got his butt kicked. Jamison's the one that stepped in and stopped it. He said he had he called it his divine moment. Because he said at that very moment, he remembers the conversation about me saying about saving a life. And lo and behold, boom. This guy, don't know him from Adam, Davidson, stepped in and stopped Tim, his ass from getting beat by some guys in a bar. And they had that. I said, because I said, do you ever had a conversation with, I asked Jameson, I said, did you ever have a conversation with him of his upbringing? Yeah. He said, if I had known, he says, I don't see that now. He's never made any racist remarks or anything. He says, Jameson told me that Tim told him it's because my mom and dad Massey. They're my parents. They're the ones. I became their life at 50. They became in my. I became part of their family when I was 15 years old, and my mom. He calls me mama. He doesn't even call his mom mom. He call. I'm mama, mama. She's ma. If he even addresses her that. Most times he addresses her by her first name. And he said, my mama and my dad are not my real parents, he said. And he goes, it's my mama's influence. She was hard on me. She'd nail me. Because he said, because Jameson is the typical pants to below the hip kid or guy. Well, yeah, last time I seen him, he actually was dressed up really nice. And I laugh because I heard Tim say, pull up your pants. It drives my mom crazy. Gotta have your pants up. She won't let you in the house. So he did. Called me ma'am, and I looked at him. Very polite young man. Still is. Because they were probably about 21 when I met Jameson. Yeah, very polite young man. Hello, ma'am. Nice to meet you. You know. And I laughed because I heard Tim say, you got to pull up your pants. My mom cannot handle seeing your boxers. She'll tell you to leave, or she'll tell you to pull up your pants, one or the other. So he did. But the more I got to see, they were all constantly, because Tim was living with me a couple years ago, and I seen Jameson a lot. And I asked him one day when he came to pick up Tim, but Tim wasn't here yet, if they had ever had a conversation about Tim's childhood. He says, yeah. He told me, he goes, I probably would have kicked his ass back then, but he said it was your and your husband's influence that put him in a different perspective. So I'm proud of Tim on that aspect. I'm very proud. Tim has come a long way. He may not be my biological. I call Tim my child of my heart. I've always worried about him. And he's in a good spot in his life. He's doing great. He's growing up, I guess is the word I finally can say. He's growing up. But he struggles. And I told him, I said, you'll probably struggle all your life, Tim. You just can't let it beat you. Don't let it beat you. And plus, he's bipolar. I didn't know that. I can't figure this out. Can somebody explain this to me? I took him to counselors. I had him tested. They never diagnosed him with anything except hyperactivity. Okay? As an adult, he got diagnosed with bipolar. Does that make sense to you? Because when he told me that, I'm like, are you sure? Because I was like, but I've seen a change since he's got on medication. I'll admit that, but I didn't see that as a kid. I didn't see that in him as a teenager. When he told me that, I thought that was okay, good. Okay. And I'm not that I doubted doubt it, but I just thought it was different that at 27 years old, he got diagnosed with bipolar. It's kind of weird. I thought it was kind of weird. Okay, now I forgot what size. Was it 2.5? Or no, 4? No. I forgot what I was doing. How did I do this last time? I went 2.5. Yeah, 2.5 down. 4 inches down. Oh man, where's the cards? Okay, 3. Okay. I was like, how did I do that last time? Forgot. There we go. But I'm proud of my kids. And they're doing good. Their lives are on the right track. I can sleep well. Knowing that. It can happen. Yeah, I was when he told me that, because I put his we have a crisis center. Good morning. Do you guys have crisis centers where something occurs, you can call this number? Cool. Yes. Well, a couple years ago, when Tim lived here, he went out the wall. He went down the deep end, and I don't deal with. So I called the crisis center. Well, this is what the bonehead. He actually called the police because he thought his girlfriend left him. Blah, the world was coming in. He was gonna kill himself. Blah blah blah. He's in our basement, and he did this. We opened the door, and there's 2 police officers at our door, and the operator thought he was 15. He was 25. Okay. We open the door, and there's 2 police officers at our door asking for our son. And they wanted to know where our son was out drinking. And we had the Badger game here at Lambeau Field. They moved it here. And I said he was at the Badger game all day, partying, I said. And they're like, do you know who gave him the alcohol? And I'm like, I have no clue. And they're like, you let your 15-year-old go to a Badger game with friends and came home drunk? You're not concerned? And I'm like, 15 years old? He's 25. The police officer goes, what? I said, he's 25. And the officer's talking to me as Scott gets Tim downstairs. I said, he is so drunk off his ass, I put him to bed. What the hell happened? He called 911, saying he was going to kill himself. So they send officers out. I put his ass in a crisis center. They brought him down to a crisis center. Well, then, he was a bonehead, drunk. I don't know if it would be legal, but it worked. He signed a piece of paper that gave me rights to determine what could be done with him. I put himself in a mental institution for 48 hours. And I laughed because you have to talk to a counselor. I knew Tim had problems. It got to a point where I couldn't help him, okay? So the counselor calls me before she meets with Tim that afternoon. And this is how I described Tim to her. I said, he will try to con you. He will be able to sell you a car without an engine and get your panties off you at the same time. That's Tim. She's like, good definition. Good to know. So Tim comes waltzing in by her, blah, 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 and tries to start that sweet, smooth talk on her. She lets him go through the spiel, and she goes, Tim? And he's like, yes, yeah, very polite, flirty, trying, He goes, I just want you to know I talked to your mother before I met with you today. And he went, oh, I'm screwed. He knew he was screwed. He didn't get out for 3 days. He had his buddy, he called Lionel, because his friend Lionel calls me, and she's like, I got a phone call from Tim. He says I can come and get him. I'm like, nope. He's stuck there for 3 days, buddy. He ain't going nowhere. Don't go all the way down there because you're going to have to go. I said, because they ain't getting out. And she's like, so he calls me and he goes, I can't believe you. What did he, because she said to, he asked her, what did my mom say to you? Because he explained it. I really wasn't his mom, the whole spiel history. And he goes, she knows me just too well. But he did good because he signed for him to get out and agreed that this is for him to get out of that institution. He had to agree to go to counseling up here, which would include me going with him, not into the counseling sessions, but I would be there so I could verify that he went, or he was looking at a fine for falsifying information to a police officer. So he did it. And I think that was the first step for him to getting help. And then he went back by his parents, his real ones. And he didn't like it. And he came back to Wisconsin. And he's been here since. And he went right back into counseling. And he's had one hiccup. He went off his medication. And I ripped him a new one. One thing I come to, and when I mean a counselor, man, I was telling a counselor, she said the problem with people that are on bipolar and stuff, they think once the medication starts working, they're cured, so they go off it, and they're not. They have to, and that's Tim. That was Tim. I'm better now. I don't have to take it. And I noticed the change. His girlfriend noticed the change, and we both discovered, because I went to Tim, are you taking your meds? And he can't lie to me. He can try to lie, but I read between the lie. It almost cost him his relationship with Leah. He almost lost Leah, his fiancée. She called me. She goes, there's something up and I can't figure it out. And I'm like, come and get me. She came and got me. And in that conversation, yep, he went off his medication. Nope. So back to a counselor we went. He's not on that thing where I have to be there anymore. But him and I went back. We made an appointment. And yep, he thought I asked him straight up when I went into counseling with him that day, Tim, why did you go off your medication? And his answers to me was, I thought I was better. And I'm like, Tim, I hate to tell you, you're never going to get better. You're going to always have to fight this. You know that. So, but the counselor told me that's one thing that's common. They always, when they start feeling great, life's going good, they think they don't need it anymore. And Tim's that, yep. Tim's that typical person. And he's got an addictive personality. He just can't have one beer. He has to have 10 beer. He can't just have, He reminds me, I think what it is, that he reminds me so much of my foster brother. Because my foster brother was like that. He could give up one addiction, but then he'd pick another one right up. Could go years. And that, but then, boom. All right. What's everybody doing this morning? Do you like my conversation? Sorry, I got on I'm all over. You know me. Anybody that watches me knows I'm all over. I'm here and everywhere. So, I just did all these cards, and I forgot to finish something. So guess what? I wanted to put a little framer on them. So, I gotta do that. Oh, I'll have to show you what I got. These are so cool. This is the next thing I'm going to be doing. I bought them yesterday. I was doing some Etsy window shopping. I should stay off Etsy. It's as bad as walking in. Well, you know what's really bad? So I can go on Etsy and and $2 wasn't bad. And I could probably send good $30 on Etsy if I really wanted to, easily. Can't talk myself out of it either. I can walk into Hobby Lobby with $100 in my pocket and walk out of Hobby Lobby with not a damn thing. But when I come to Etsy, I don't have the same power. Explain that one. Oh. There, that looks cool. Now that I have that frame going around there, I'll do that in a second. But yesterday, after I got off, I did color all these and I shrunk them. As you can see, turned out really cool. Let's see, right there. The only one that's weird is, where is it? Let me get her. Is the pink. When I scanned it, the pink didn't show up. Isn't that weird? Look at that. That's what it looks like, and that's how it's scanned. I just left it. But check these out. I found these. I can't wait to color these. So I got that one. I got this one. And I got, is it? Yeah, and this one. They're only $3 or $2. I thought they were so cute. And I'm going to make tags with them. I'll be right back. I gotta go get some socks on my feet. My feet are cold. Alrighty. My feet get cold so quickly. Nobody's talking, everybody's just watching. What are you doing today? Anybody going out shopping? Let me know in the comments how you are today. That was spontaneous. Candy, you're in. See, I'm live, and Mary Atler's live too. Candy's there as well as in mine. Arlene's there. Man, no wonder I don't have nobody watching me. Candy's in both of them, as well as I'm watching. Oh well. Girl, you have me laughing here. I'm trying to read. That was a spontaneous. Don't ask me to repeat that because I don't even know what it. I'm going to have to rewind and write that back down because yeah, she's a multitasker. That just came out. Just like yesterday's. If you let me bring up yesterday's. How did I say that? I thought if you say it out loud, it's so cool. But I guarantee, let's see, where is it? Where is it? Come on, come on, come on. Okay. Okay. Grab your coffee, grab your tea, but it's Pepsi for me. It's morning craft show with me. And that just flow. Grab your coffee, grab your tea, but it's Pepsi for me. It's the morning craft show with me. I'm watching Zach. Oh, Zach's got a doctor's appointment. I hope he's okay. Or just a regular little checkup, I hope. We don't need no sick children. Oh my God, Sabrina. I gotta show you. I took this picture purposely to show you, Sabrina. My granddaughter scared the living bejesus out of me last night. We're at the restaurant waiting to get seated, okay? And she's like, Nana, Tina, you should use that as show when you go live, do a pre-recorded video. Which one? The one I just read or the one I said on this video? The Pepsi, the coffee, tea, Pepsi one. But Sabrina, so we're sitting at the restaurant and I'm just sitting there waiting, I'm sitting on a bench against the wall waiting for our name to get called. And all of a sudden I hear, Nana, look at me. So I turned. Look at Allie. That's that mask you sent her. Can you guys see that? She scared the living bejesus out of me. So then she has me put her jacket. She put her clothes on. You could tell the kids were getting bored. I said she looked like a mannequin from the behind, because then she put her sweatshirt on the wrong way, had me zip it up. That's the backside of her. I said she looks like one of those mannequins in the stores that have no faces. Oh my God, she startled me. When I turned and I'm like, ah! I was like, oh my God. I said, you look like a bank robber with the nylon on her faces. And then Coda, he had his, he put his, so that's Coda. He didn't have his. He had a regular mask. Diamond's saving that mask because Coda loses them. So she's like, I ain't give him a new one until he needs it. Because I'm like, ooh. I asked Coda, I said, where's yours like that? Mama says I'm not getting it because I lose them. So she's saving it till when I lose this one. I'm like, oh, because he loses them. Or Allie. But scared to, oh man, she's scared to put Jesus out of me. Leave it to my grandchildren, I tell you. The waitress was and I shouldn't say waitress, the hostess. She looks over and she sees Allie and she just busts out laughing. She just busts out laughing. Because we had a half an hour wait. It was supposed to be 20 minutes, and then they came up and apologized. Then it ended up being 20 minutes or half an hour instead of 20 minutes. And we're like, oh, we're here. We're not going anywhere. Kids are getting out anxious, but they were overall. My grandkids know when they're out in public, they have to be on their best, try to be on their best behavior. So they were pretty good. I got I'm gonna mute for a second. I'm not going anywhere. I have all morning to play with you ladies. Ready. Let's see. I had lobster tail and a steak last night for dinner. Asparagus and Brussels sprouts and a baked potato. And half of it came home with me because I love this onion, like it's fried, it's like onion rings with this dipping sauce, which is so good. No, nope, not a problem. So I think I think my diagnosis of I think it's the way that restaurant cooks the grease or however they cook their food. Not one problem. Scott asked me that last night. He goes, "Are you feeling okay?" I said, "I'm feeling fine." So it's however that restaurant, Julie's Cafe, cooks. So we won't go back there. Yep. Because, yeah, I was very leery, but not one problem. Because Scott goes, "Are you sure you want to go out to eat?" I'm like, "I don't want to cook." So, yep. Yep. So it had to be how the grease or whatever, something in their style. And me not having a gallbladder, I always, we always, because the one thing, how did my doctor put it? Some people can have their gallbladder out and have no problems, okay? I, on the other hand, is in that percentage that do. That within probably an hour, sometimes less than that, I have to go to the bathroom. So I always, you know, but the other day, we left the restaurant, drove around the quarry, and was going down the road and saw the same Vincent Paul. Within 15 minutes, I was sick leaving the restaurant. 15 minutes top. So I knew it was the food because I didn't eat it all that day. That was our brunch, you know. Yep. Oh yeah, I go to the bathroom all the time, but I do know, you know, there are certain foods I can't eat. Like I can't eat eggs. Nope, no eggs. Deep fried food, gone. Um, and I love my French fries. Processed fat when you don't have your gallbladder. Yeah. Um, tomato, like Bloody Marys. And I had a Bloody Mary last night too, because sometimes I love my Bloody Marys. I only allow myself one Bloody Mary because I know that I will pay for it later. I didn't pay for it later with my Bloody Mary last night either, so that was a good sign. Yeah. Yep. Trying to think. What other there's but eggs is I can't. Tomato sauces, that affects me. They're just certain. One time I can eat it, and the next time, nope. But yeah. Corn. I can't eat corn, and I love corn. I punish myself. Especially corn on the cob. Love corn on the cob. So, but I don't eat a lot of corn. I eat a lot of green beans, a lot of greens, Brussels sprouts, broccoli. Those don't affect me, but I eat corn. Yeah, I'm a goner. So I don't eat a lot of corn. I do once in the summer, cob on a corn is so good that I'll be like, okay, I'm gonna punish myself just for this fact. Oh, I can't drink orange juice either. Or apple juice. Yep, nothing like that. Yep. Well, it took them almost 2.5 years to discover it was my gallbladder. They checked me for everything under the sun because I did not have the typical gallbladder symptoms. Okay? everything I explaining to my doctor was not gallbladder symptoms. It wasn't until I finally got a CT scan and had another attack, because I was having gallbladder attacks or whatever you want to call them. God, they were painful. I said I'd rather have a baby again than go through that. And ended up in an emergency room because it was so bad that I thought I was having a heart attack. And I walked into clinic. I said, I don't know what. I had this feeling going up my arm into my chest, and they did a whole head to toe thing on me. My heart's good. Oh, by the way, if anybody's, oh yeah, yep, heartburn, yep. Just to let everybody know, my heart test that I insurance covered this year, pre-Medicaid, whatever they call it, came out awesomeness. So I had that done because I usually pay for a heart exam where I drink some funky ass, gross, slicky, plug the nose kind of drink. It's disgusting. But with the family history with heart disease, I pay for that to be done once a year around my birthday. Usually, I've been in the pain for a few days, and then I went to the ER, and they told me that I wasn't going home. They told me that I was going straight to the ER, and they will be removing my gallbladder. Oh, yeah, I've heard of that. My dad was that way. For almost 2.5 years, I was sick, off and on, just sick. Telling them what I was going through. They ran me. They thought I had kidney disease. They thought I had blood. I mean, you name it, under the sun. Only to discover it was my gallbladder. And the thing is they told, I had one doctor. This was funny. This is how bad technology is. I went to see my doctor, and it's not my doctor's fault. I don't blame my doctor because my doctor's an awesome doctor. I mean, you know how your gallbladder sits, okay? Mine wasn't it didn't sit in your body the way it was supposed to, okay? So it was hidden behind something. I don't remember what it was, but it was hidden partially. Where when they did the ultrasound in the office, he didn't see anything abnormal for me. For some reason, my gallbladder was just moved somehow. He thinks it's probably from my car accident I had. But whatever. When they turned around and did the CT scan, and that emergency doctor came in and told me to go home and take some laxatives, and that I was backed up. And I looked at her and I was mad. I'll be honest. I said, bitch, this is what brought that on. And she goes, excuse me? That's how I talked to her. I'm like, bitch, because you're talking 4.5 hours later and they can't diagnose me with something. And I'm sitting in so much pain. And she tells me to go home and take a laxative, that I'm backed up. And I said, that's what brought this on. I was going to the bathroom, and it came out of me. A lot came out of me that morning. And within 20 minutes of that happening, I'm in pain. Like, the best way I can describe the pain I was having was like contractions, okay? So she says to me, well, you're passing a gallstone. And I'm like, oh, I didn't know you could pass gallstones. Okay, for one, let just let you know. So she goes, go home, drink lots of water, blah, 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 and take a laxative, and you'll be fine in a few days. So I'm like, okay. Go home, drink lots of water, took a laxative. It didn't stop. Nothing happened. The pain was still there a week later. Called my doctor's office because it was getting worse. And he couldn't see me. Tells me to go to the clinic next to his office because I went on my doctor's office is on the in De Pere. Here, it's a suburb of Green Bay. It's over the water, over the bridge, through the woods kind of thing. He tells, and that day that I went to the one here on the west side. And I dealt with it for a month. I couldn't take it no more. So I finally called my doctor's office, doing everything that this one doctor told me to do. Keep drinking water, blah, blah, blah. I quit taking the laxatives, but I kept on drinking the water, and the pain never left. I lived with it. Because I'm one of these, well, if I went to the clinic and they didn't do nothing, why go back? I had that attitude because I'll live with it. I'd lay in bed, lay on the floor. It was in my back, my belly, going up my arm. You mean, it hurt. I was tired of getting picked and probed with needles, and you get to a point where you're just done, and that's where it was. Well, Diamond's like, Mom, I'm taking you in. She called my doctor. He couldn't see me, so he had me go to the outpatient clinic next to his office. We get there, I'm seen, and that doctor in that outpatient told me I was making up symptoms because I needed painkillers. He asked me if I had a problem. And I'm like, what kind of problem? Yeah, I have a problem. I'm in pain with addiction. Now, here we go. Ready for this one? Throughout this whole thing, I wasn't given any pain medication. Nothing. Nada. For a year and a half. Almost 2 years. It's 2.5 years I've been going with slightly. Because it started out small and it just got bigger and bigger, pain-wise. In that time frame, I was never given any painkiller. Nothing. Nada. That I got off the bench in this room and was walking out the door, and the nurse goes, "You need to get dressed." Walked back in, kicked the doctor out, got dressed, walked back around up to my doctor's office. I looked at the reception and I said, I don't want to be disrespectful to you, and I apologize to you up front, but I suggest you get Dr. Kawasako's ass out here immediately, or you better dial 911 because I'm not dealing with this anymore. And she goes, "What's going on, Tina?" And I tell her, and she goes, "I'll get the doctor." He comes on and he goes, "What's going on?" And I told him, he's like, "Seriously, there is nothing in my file with anything about addiction. The only thing in my file," because I asked, why would this man think I was addicted to painkillers, is I was given a painkiller for my back before I did physical therapy for probably 6 years prior to this, that one of the medications that the emergency room gave me could be addictive, and my doctor took me off it. By the time I seen him, he's like, "I don't want you to take this. This is a very high addictive painkiller." So he gave me a different painkiller, and I was only on painkillers until I started my physical therapy, and then he took me off painkillers to do physical therapy because he didn't want me not to feel. I laugh? Not to feel the pain while I went through physical therapy, so the physical therapist could see exactly what was happening to me. And the only reason I got put on any painkillers is because I couldn't start physical therapy for 2 weeks. They didn't have an opening. So I get seen by my regular doctor. And as we're chit-chatting, I'm like, "Doc," I said, "we got to figure out what's going on with me. I can't live like this no more." I mean, it was getting to the point where it's like, and I said, why, I said, "Why is it taking so long to pass a gallstone?" And he goes, "What are you talking about?" I said, and this is almost a month later. I said, "I had that CT scan." I said, "And I was told to go home, drink water, take a laxative, that I was passing a gallstone." He goes, "You had a CT scan?" I'm like, "Yes. They were supposed to forward it to you." He goes, "I never got it." He never got my CT scan. I said, "Yeah, she says I have gallstones that are size of peas." He goes, "Okay." So he took him about 15 minutes, but he found my CT scan, and he's looking at the scan. And my doctor's only a general practitioner. He's not a surgeon. He's looking at this and he says, "Tina, I'll be right back." And I'm like, okay. He walks out, and then this other doctor, and he comes back. He introduces me to Dr. Kennedy. He looks at Dr. Kennedy, and he says, Tina, this is Dr. Kennedy. I want him to look at the scan of your CT scan. He's like, okay. He's like, we got to get her gallbladder out immediately. And I'm like, excuse me? He goes, your gallbladder is needs to come out. I'm like, for gallstones that are size of peas? And he goes, your gallstones are not size of peas. They're golf ball size. You aren't going to pass those. Yep. Well, I said, I can't. And he says, what do you mean you can't schedule surgery tomorrow? I said, I leave for vacation. I've lived with it this long. When will you be back? I said, Tuesday. All right, he says, I want you under the knife on Wednesday. Well, we actually came back on Monday. We were doing a liver and history. He's like, what exactly are you doing? And I told him, he looked right at Diamond. He's like, your mother cannot lift nothing. I don't want her to no alcohol, which if I had a rum and coke, man, I was sick. You know, had a gallbladder surgery, went that weekend, Scott got me out a chair. I put the chair down. He said, camp up. I didn't even cook that whole weekend. That was the best rendezvous I ever went to. Didn't do nothing except enjoy myself. Packed up on Sunday instead of Monday. Me and the kids helped, and Mihai helped, and then we spent one more night. Scott helped Mihai because we helped Mihai do this rendezvous. Monday, help. We only had our tent up in our bed, so it was 20 minutes. It was all done. Everything else was put away. Helped Mihai clean up. Scott helped Mihai clean up on Monday. Scott and I were back in town. I showered, did that, and then Wednesday morning I had my gallbladder out. But then I couldn't walk. I was in so much pain after my gallbladder surgery, and everybody's like, Tina, you shouldn't be in pain. You need to go back to see your doctor. Went back to see my doctor because I was scheduled to go see him in a week. And or 2 weeks, I don't remember. But I was walking around with a walker from my father-in-law. I was so much hurting. Find out they went through where I had my tubal, and through scar tissues they went through, and the tissue was bumping up, or I guess, I don't know what they call it, but it wasn't going back like this. I was getting like a cyst of some type over it, and that was what was causing me so much pain. I had two choices. The doctor could press it down, or they would have to go under, and they would have to have us redo a surgery there. Oh my God. So I'm like, I don't want to go underneath the knife again. I said, do what you have to do. So all of a sudden, couple nurses come in, they hold me down. They gave me a light sedative. He presses, boom, I hear a pop, and I passed out. Yep, all that 2.5 years, and then was my gallbladder. But my doctor was mad when he talked to this other doctor that day about saying I was there to get painkillers. I was making up symptoms to get painkillers. I should have hired a lawyer. Some friend of mine's like, Tina, that could have been that could have been a lawsuit. Because you are not, there's nothing in your file that said you have ever been addicted to painkillers. You've been given an addictive painkiller. I only had that painkiller for 2 days. From the emergency room doctor, I was only on it for 2 days. It's not like I was on it for months. Good morning. Good morning, Gloria. How are you? Yeah. And I've been pretty healthy except for my hips, which I got those. I tell you, that cortisone shot they gave me in my hips and my back, they worked. I don't know what was in that, but man, that's done the trick. I guess it's supposed to be good for 2 years, so we'll see in 2 years. I just asked my doctor when I had that done. I had that done in July, August, because it hasn't been a year. I know that much. But that's made a world of difference when they gave me those shots. I'll pay another. Oh, I put a little glue there. So how are you today, Gloria? Oh. Hope you're good. Hope everything's good. I'm good. I have been up since 5 a.m. Got glued bladder pain and worse pain than having a baby. Yeah. That's how I described it. I was in so much pain with that. 2 years of hell. 2.5 years of hell and not being diagnosed that it was my gallbladder. When it first initially happened, this is what they think triggered it. I got a UTI infection. And from that moment on, I was sick from my bladder infection, And that's why they always thought something was up with my bladder, not my gallbladder. Just my bladder or whatever. I don't know. Kidney or I don't know. They checked me for everything under the sun. But yeah, I was at Scott's Christmas party, sicker than a dog, running a fever, and ended up in a emergency room and I had a bladder infection. And that's what triggered it. Whatever medication they put me on. And then it'd go away. I could go 2 months and feel fine and then go 2 weeks of hell. And then it could be fine again. But the surgeon, after they took my gallbladder out, Scott said the surgeon, Dr. Kennedy, I laughed because Dr. Kennedy is shorter than me. And I asked him how he was going to do his surgery because I didn't think he could be up on he could see at the top of the surgical table. And he started laughing. He goes, I have a step stool. And I went, what? He goes, no, the table raises up and down, because he's shorter than me. I couldn't look that man in the eye. Very short man. And I couldn't figure out how he was going to see me on a surgical table. He said, my doctor explained to him, because I need you to know something about Tina. She's very funny and very blunt. And she's not mean-hearted. But I like Dr. Kennedy. I just seen him not too long ago because he's a surgeon. And I happened to run into him when I was at the clinic, and he's like, how you doing? I said, phenomenal. Thank you very much. And he's like, glad to hear that. I don't want you on my table again anytime soon. I said, we're doing good. I said, well, all I know is the next time I start having pain, I'm not going to any doctor. I'll go see Dr. Collisuckle, and then I'm going right to see you. I said, I ain't going in between anymore. That was my mistake. I was running to outpatient clinics because it always happened on a weekend. It seemed like every time in my doctor's office couldn't get me in. I'm like, nope, I ain't going to nobody except my own doctor. Unless I desperately need to go to the emergency room. Once they looked at that scan, boom. I'd have been on the night the next day, but I wasn't. I waited. But the surgeon, back to what I was saying, the surgeon, Dr. Kennedy, came out and told Scott she's good, she's in recovery, blah, blah, blah. He said my gallbladder was paper thin. It would have been, it was to the point where it had been, it would have exploded or whatever they had. Scott's used the word exploded. I'd have got septic or something that I could have been worse off. So the pictures were gross because he showed me a picture and I'm like, oh my God. I mean, that stone was golf ball size. I had 3 of them. It's amazing what your body holds and you don't know it. All I know, whoever read the scan probably got their ass jacked. Because he was not happy that they didn't send me to see a surgeon. So somebody lacked on their job when he... I am good. I have been up since... Okay, I read that. So I made these little... And now I'm just framing them a little bit, giving them some framing because they need it. There we go. And they're going to be my little thank yous for when I do a sale. All right. On the back of them. I personalize, so I usually try to put the person's name. Like, Gloria, thank you for purchasing for my sale and supporting my channel. Hugs, Tina. And then they can take this sticker off. And it's a little mini canvas. And if they're very careful, they can take this off too as well. Okay, there we go. All right, next ones are the butterflies. How many? That one. Not ready to turn my little heater on here. I'm cold today. I gotta move this one just up a smidgen. There we go. Okay. Boom. Tap, tap, tap. Reload my pen here. La, 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 la. Okay. There we go. Okay. Let's see. do. There. Come on. Okay. Ah, go. I have a lot of these. Where? Okay, there it is. I was like, where'd it go? Where'd it go? Oh. I'm gonna do squares this time. Oh no. Yeah, we'll do kind of sticking to the basic. Let's do funky red. Let's get funky now. Let's get funky now. Funky, funky now. Okay. Funky, funky. Funky, funky. Funky town. Let's go get it down. Funky. Yeah, monkey. Surprised my phone hasn't rang. But wait a minute. Oh yeah. Well. Boom. 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 Over and over and through the woods. Here we go to Grandma's house. I know I don't got many people watching, but I'm okay with that. I'm having fun on my own. I talk to myself, answer myself, complain to myself, all that good jazz. Mama. Boom. There we go. That looks cool. I'm going to add some more on my own. One on the edge. Shoom. Turn it this way. Lengthwise, it's. Nope, I don't want that one. I want the one on the bottom here. Like lengthwise, it's 2.5. Yep. 2.5. Like that. Ooh, didn't cut through that one. Ooh, surprise, surprise, surprise. Two and a half, 2.5, 2.5. Here we go. Look, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. A little left over. That's fine. Now, this way was. Okay, right there. All right. Okay. Ooh. Baby, baby, baby. Awesome. That's what I'm looking for later. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to add this on the back. And I'll show you. I'll do one after I get these cut. Okay. Okay. Oh. Okay. This is my box. And in this, I got a few of my older ones left. Not too many. I have probably about 10, 15 of these left. This is all my little goodie box in here. I call it my box for my buyers. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take these little pieces. Oops. And on the back, I'm going to glue it on the back like so. Then I'm going to say, thank you for, how did I have that? Hang on, I got to look it up. Thank you for oh, I forgot. Thank you for your, I forgot my oops here. Your purchase and supporting my channel. And then I go, hugs, Tina. Okay. And I come over to this box. And grab a few little bits and pieces. Stick them in there. And I get this, which is a sticker in itself, which is a little piece of my art, and some goodies. That's my little thank you this month. Or the next month. Or until they run out. Oh, I forgot to cut one. Not bad. I think that's cute. Thank you for your purchase and supporting my channel. Hugs, Tina. Let me get some little ephemera. Oh, I'll fix that here in a second. Cut this first. Piece back. Do that down a little bit here. Okay. Okay. The hellish. Oh. Excuse me. Well, FedEx deliver it by the end of the day. Why don't you like deliver it to me now instead at the end of the day? It's so cool. Be like within like a half an hour would be nice. All right. All myself. Do, 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 do. Alright. Boom, 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 boom. Do, 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 do. Cocoa beans, just so forth. Forgot to say. And that. Okay. Alright. Gotta fix a couple of these. They're still sticky, but they don't want to stick on the plastic anymore. So I'm just going to put a little piece of adhesive on them itself. Plastic. Excuse me. There. Okay. that. One. Well, at least I'll have these done for Saturday. They're my little thank you for purchasing. And we have the sale on Saturday. I have to do that video so y'all can see the preview of the items that I have. Some are new, some are homemade, some are pre-used. Typical. So I hope all can come, support it. Even if you don't purchase, just come over and show support. That's the main thing that matters. Forgot what I'm doing here. It will be on BMU's channel at 4 o'clock Central Standard Time. Here's how to get the BMU's channel. Plus, she has her sale on Friday. If anybody's interested in that. There we go. Excuse me. Ah, okay. Down right there. All right. Let's see. It's dry. Oh, yeah. So happy I didn't have to waste it. So, Mod Podge did good trick. So, if I ever do that again, I don't know what to do. At least I didn't have to throw it away. I'm so worried about that. That would have bothered me. Hi, whoever came in. Thanks for popping in. That would have bothered me that I had to throw this away. Let's get a different stencil this time. Let's see. Let's try a different one. Let me get my stencil box here. Over here. Oh. I have to clean them. So bad. It's probably one of the worst things. There we go. let's do this bunch. Let's put this bunch away. Do this one. Hey, Vanessa, it's me. I'm on my tablet and still have you on my computer in my house. You're babysitting. How old are you babysitting? A baby or a toddler or preteen? I miss babysitting a baby. I wouldn't want to do it all the time, but I miss having your little baby. Little baby. Wow, I'm really crooked on this cut. Hang on, I'm going to relook at this on my cutting board. I'm falling asleep. Sleep because my hands aren't moving. She's 7. Oh, she's 7. It's still a nice age. Let's go with his age. Curious. Still curious age. Oh, yeah, I'm way off. Okay. We're going to trim. Make this even. There we go. That looks good. That's lining up. There. Not that look. Just a little. It's hard to tell with my eyes, but I'm doing my best. So there we go. So I'm down to the hearts, 2 butterflies, the hearts and the flowers, and then I have to do the backs, which don't take long. And then she's in school. She's in school. Mm. Mm. I'm still working on the cards. I'll show you what they're gonna. I don't know if you've seen. This is what one of them looks like. That's what it's gonna look like. This is the front, and then when you turn it over, this is the back. This is virtual homeschooling. Yeah, I figured it. And then you get a little pocket and get a couple little, cutouts or from around the back, and that's my little thank you card. That's for my upcoming sales. And then they can peel off the sticker. And then they can peel this off, and then they have that as an ephemera piece too if they want to use it. So that's that. And I'm going to do. It's one of my favorite stencils. I don't even clean this anymore because I don't want it is I'm so caked up and hard to clean. I may soak it, but I don't really give it a good clean anymore because of that. What? I'm gonna use the stamp instead. I just have to figure out where I put it. It's in here. There she be. We're gonna do stamping on this one. And that's the last two. I'm gonna do some stamping. Okay. Let me get my stamp block here I use for this. It's not the one I usually use. What is it? What is that? Okay. Oh, I was like, where is it? I usually have a different one too, and I don't know where it is. So we'll just use this thing. We'll use this for now. But I have, Scott gave it to me. It was a piece of black plastic that I used. It was perfect for this. I don't know where it is. Oh! Okay. Put that aside. And I'm going to grab this next one because I'm going to use the same one. Oh, I wanted to go this way this time. That's right, I was changing it up. favorite stamps. It's well loved and well used. And it is a delusion stamp. It came with a stencil as well. Because here's the stencil. Here's the stamp. You can't even get this anymore. Excuse me. Okay. Now, trim. A little bit. Add some color besides what's under. But I think I'm just going to do stencil. I'm going to leave the black and just go. I got what you meant, Vanessa. Okay. Now I'm going to do a square. And I'm just going to do that in a different color. It's all right though. It's okay. No mistakes. No mistakes. That one's done. Bring this one back over. Same thing. Where's this color go? Boom. There we go. Want that. Want this. Okay. Cutting plate. Make sure I do this right. Yep, 2.5. What are you doing up?
What do you mean, what am I doing up? I don't know. What body picked me up?
I didn't expect him up this quick. I went to bed at 6 o'clock. All right. Double check. Yep. 3.5. Vanessa. Well, he just went to bed at 6, so I didn't expect him up this early. Okay. You're funny. Too funny. Gotta have sense of humor. Gotta have some sense of humor in this world these days. It doesn't pay to be anything not to have it. You know? The world's plumb crazy as it is. Alright, let's see how big this is. Alright. What did I just do? Let's see. Boom. Okay. We're just gonna cut them down real quick. I think this one may be too thin. Now this one, I want to cut in half. So we're going to go about there. We'll go right there. That works for me. That'll work for me. Let's just go right down the middle. A little wider. No major. No major. That side. Boom, 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 boom. That's there. That's there. Okay. Should work. This one's going to be a little long. Okay. There we go. A whole pile of that going on. Okay, there. I'm gonna put them over here. Okay, there we go. Okay. True. Oh, I forgot to cut one. Oh, I was gonna see if that's the same width. And oops. I'll just do it by hand. Boom. 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 Shaka boom boom. Shaka boom boom. There we go. Shaka boom boom. Oh, excuse me. Okay, time to have a drink. Pepsi time. Ready? Bottoms up. What's today? The 18th of March. We're pretty much halfway through the month. Another month. Almost done. So here's to you. Here's to me. Here's to April 1st. We will be. Boom. And what will it bring? April 1st, I don't know. All I know is I have my grandkids in April, so that's all I know. Oh, I just dropped the pen. My pen's dying. Come on. There we go. Just as I was telling my hubby, I was back. You said that just as I was telling my hubby, my niece-in-law was back in rehab. She wasn't even out a month. Oh, wow. And it's a Betty Ford? Wow. Pricey. I believe in rehabs, and then I don't believe in rehabs. I've seen them work, and then I've seen them not work. To me, it comes down to the individual. My brother went to rehab. He told me he never had so much sex in his life in one place. That's what he told me. I'm like, huh? He was a teenager. I'm like, and where were all these supervised people? He was like 16 years old. My foster brother. Yeah. Crazy. Some said they were like a spa. I've never gone to rehab, so I don't know. But I don't know. We all have an addiction to something, you know. That's my philosophy. But some are harmful and some aren't, you know. My addiction is crafting and probably drinking Pepsi. Could I give up my Pepsi? Yeah, it would be a challenge. Like my addiction is smoking Marlboros. I've given it up. But guess what? And that's where I know it's mind over matter because I went almost 10 months without having one smoke. Me and Scott decided to go spend an evening with adults, as we call it, because our kids are like, both our kids called us one night and they couldn't believe we were out with friends. And we decided to spend the night. We were in a little township. We didn't have to drive. We were having a good time, and it was a beautiful evening out. And we went to a bar to play pool and stuff and darts. And they had where the back side of the bar was garage doors, and it was such a beautiful evening. And the bar, the way they had it set up is that you open the garage doors and you were on another side of a bar. It was pretty cool. So everybody could be out on the patio. Well, everybody was smoking, and the next thing I knew, I was smoking. So I get it's mind over matter, and then you just have to be determined how bad you want to quit. I did it for 10 months, but it only took one moment, one nice moment, and I picked up that cigarette. And I went back on Chantix to quit, and the first time around, I had no side effects of Chantix at all. Nothing, nada. Second round, oh, I was having some wicked nightmares. I even carried my kids out in the front yard, grandkids. They were at my house thinking there was a fire in my house, and Sam watched me bring the kids outside, put them underneath the tree, went back in, grabbed another one. He was bringing the kids back in. I was totally out of it. I was like, thank God they were here. God. Took Riley out of the playpen thing. And he's like, Mom, I got Riley. And he took Riley from me, and I'm like, okay. Are they all safe? And he's like, yep, they're all safe. And then I went back down the hallway and crawled right back in bed. That scared me when they told me that the next day. I went off that. I wasn't doing it anymore. I made Scott hide the car keys and everything. I wasn't doing it. I've never gone back on to Chantix again. All right, we are on the hearts. I'll get these done for the sale on Saturday yet. Drunk, 9 in rehab. She is 12. They have the money, but my nephew is almost at the point where he is done. My poor grannies has spent most of her life with her mother, drunk. 9 in rehab, and she's 12. She's only 12 years old? Am I understanding that right? Wow. If I read that right, man. She's just a child. And she's the one that's in rehab. The 12-year-old is in rehab. or the child's mother? No, her mom. Oh, whew. Okay, her mom. Okay, got it. I was like 12 years old? My God, she's just a baby. She's supposed to be playing with Barbie dolls. Well, at least I was at 12. I was like, wow, that poor child. What the hell? Her mom. I get it now. Okay, her mom. Your nephew's wife. Got it. Got it. Okay. Man, that's a hard life to be in. To watch your mom like that. And I hate to say this, Candy, and this may sound cruel, and I don't mean to be cruel, but it might be the fact that your nephew is going to have to take his child and make her realize she's going to lose everything if she doesn't change her ways. The mom. She's going to maybe have to hit rock bottom, per se, to really wake up and realize, oh, I got to take this serious. That doesn't make sense. Or if that makes sense. Sometimes that's what they need, is that come home to an empty house. Where's my husband? Where's my daughter? Kind of, I don't know if I know that sounds cruel. I know that sounds bad, but sometimes that's what it has to take. Understands. Yep. And it's the older the child gets, the harder the child of a household gets it. And things come out as an adult. I look at my upbringing. The first 7 years was chaotic. My dad was a wife beater and an alcoholic, okay? Not that I had an easy childhood. I'm not going to say that, because my mom divorced and I went living with my mom, and then I went with my mom. She went through the I'm divorced, I'm a free stage for a while. And then we went and lived with friends of my mom, because my mom became a truck driver. And then we ended up at my dad's, and nobody was there at my dad's, that I kept on calling my grandfather in Colorado, crying at 10 years old. My parents were divorced by the time I was 8. They separated when I was 7. So 7, 8, 9, 10. We lived with my mother, lived with friends with my mother, lived with my aunt, ended up living with my dad in that time frame. That I was so close to my grandfather that I kept calling him in Colorado. And my aunt told me that he looked at my aunt. He says, in the spring, I'm going to go home. I have to go get Bugs. My nickname was Bugs. And I moved in with my grandfather from the time I was 10 years old until I was almost 16 years old. And that 6 years living with my grandfather was the happiest of my life. My mom was I blame my mom as a child, but my mom worked her ass off to provide for her family. My dad only paid $25 a week child support, and he could buy a new truck every year. And while his child and his ex-wife could barely buy groceries, But I'm glad that that my mom chose not to have us grow up in that household of my dad being a drunk and beating her. And I thank her for that. I appreciate what my mom did now more than I appreciated it as a child, I'll be honest. I didn't get it. I'm like, I wanted my mama home. My mom worked 3 jobs. My mom worked 3 jobs steadily so that she could buy a piece of land and put a house on it. And when she did it, she didn't have one payment on it. She bought it all in cash. Bought the land on a land contract from the guy, and she bought us a trailer house, and she paid cash for it. She worked that hard. It took a bit, but she did it. Now I appreciate it. I didn't appreciate it now, but I look back. My brother, Jamie, was addicted to, he was addicted to drugs, addicted to an alcoholic, and he'd go from rehab. And when he passed away, finally, when I always pictured me and my brother Tim, and my brother Jamie. He did hardcore stuff. He wasn't just a pot smoker. He did cocaine, heroin, you name it. He's using needles the whole 9 yards at one time. It's just crazy. And I always thought we'd bury him before my brother Timmy. I always said that. Well, then my brother Tim had a massive heart attack and died before Jamie. Well, then a few years later, Jamie had a massive heart attack. And they told Jamie if he didn't straighten out his life and give up the bottle because he was a full-blown alcoholic, he wouldn't be around long. And guess what? He couldn't give it up. Within 6 months of him being told that, he was dead. He was gone. Couldn't quit. Couldn't give it up. And I don't know if he was using again or not at the time because we had a little disagreement. And we were talking, but we weren't talking kind of scenario. And so I gotta make another one. It's so hard on kids. So now that, got 2 more cards and I got the flowers left. So I'm gonna have to make, and I have no backgrounds. I'll have to grab another one and make another background real quick. I thought I had enough backgrounds. I thought I had it. No, I don't. So I'll put that and do that. All right. So I'm gonna move these to the side. Got my pile. Got to my pile. I gotta go make. I think I'll make 2 more just in case. Oh, your mother died when you were 7. Sorry to hear that. Your dad was totally unfit to be a parent. Most men are. Yeah. My dad could give 2 rats. I'll be honest, Candy. I'm gonna say it blunt. My dad could give 2 rats ass about me. He hasn't been a very good father. He's lucky he's seen my grandkids 12 times, and the oldest one is 11. Yeah. And it's a sore spot for me, I'll admit it. But a couple years ago, I finally washed my hands of it and said enough is enough. I couldn't let him affect me anymore because I realized that it wasn't phasing my dad, not having anything to do with me. It was phasing me. Does that make sense? That I finally said, I ain't doing this anymore. I kept on trying to get his love. You know what I mean? Yep. So, 3 years ago, 2.5 years ago, I finally stopped. I'm 40 in my 40s, still trying to get my daddy's love. I looked around me one day and realized, plus conversation with his ex-girlfriend's niece didn't help. And realized how lucky I am. I have a wonderful husband, 2 wonderful children, 3 wonderful children if you count Tim. Beautiful grandchildren. I don't need that man. I don't need him. So I said, bye, enough. Wasn't doing it anymore. And, I grabbed the wrong folder. Okay. Yep. And I've been happier since, I'll be honest. Don't get me wrong, it hurts, but I don't dwell on it. I don't dwell on it. Okay. So this time around, I'm going to use a spatula. Okay. We're going to see how this works. In this thingamajiggy too. I'm going to dig around real quick and see if I can find that spatula real quick. I know it has to be here. Not yet. Let's look one more time down here. Oh, I wonder. I forgot. I got a spot I gotta check. It's probably there, actually, now I think about it. It's not in here. Oh. I have one more place to check, and if it's not there, then I have no idea where it went. Oh. Yeah, I'm not seeing it in here either. I don't know where the hell I'd be then. But you know what I'm going to use? I'm going to use a debit card. Or I thought it was going to be in my mixed media bin, but it's not. I don't know where it is. I don't know where it went. So I'm going to use, well, this is a Walmart gift card. So really, who's that? See how that works. Whoop. Instead of, I could see why. Oh, yeah. I could see why she said to use a spat. Definitely. Yep. So debit card works just as good, guys. Lesson learned. I learned a lesson, see? From a fellow YouTuber. And she said to take like a little squeegee thing. This is what I got. And it'll help. Lay. Actually, I'm going to get I got something else I'd rather use than that big one. Set the doober and grab it. I got this cricket thing. I got like 2, 3 of these because they come in the little kits I bought when I got my cricket. So I'm just going to use this. I can almost use that as a scraper too. My father left me. Could not hold a job because cousins. My father left me more than anything in the world. He had a violent temper, could not hold a job because that he also had that temper with me. We were my cousins. Yeah. My dad was a bloody temper. Oh, my dad's got a temper too. I had to go to counseling to get it because I got his temperament. Oh, did I have it bad? And Scott looked at me and he said, if you want this relationship to work, you need to go get some help. And it's oh man. Yeah, sorry. Take it out on a child. Have a nice grandchild and don't ignore her because he married your mom. Did he ever remarry? Because my stepmother's a bitch. Half brother was the best thing that ever happened to me. Awesome. See, I have a half sister, but she is so like her mother, spiteful, vindictive. I don't have anything to do with her. As a child, I would excuse her, but as an adult, she's 30. See, I'm 49. She'll be 39 years old. She's 10 years different in age, too. As a child, I made excuses for her, but once she became an adult and I saw how she was, it's her environment she was raised in. I don't have anything to do with my half sibling. And that's on my dad and my stepmother. I blame them for that one. Because if maybe they would have treated me different as the child I was at the time, my sister's perspective of how she treats me. Your dad was married 3 times, 10 kids? Wow, you got a lot of siblings, Vanessa. My dad was married twice. And his ex-wife, my sister's mother, I call her the step monster from hell. Just terrible. She still is. She convinced my dad 5 days after my brother was killed in a car accident from having a massive heart attack to sign his property over to my sister and her. So when my dad dies, I get nothing. I don't deserve anything. That's their attitude. He informed me of that. They informed me of that. And I said, good riddance. I don't want anything from you. Do you honestly think I want some? This is what I think I surprised him when he told me that. Because I said to him when he told me that. I said, do you think I want anything from you? I never wanted anything from you now. What makes you think I want something from you when you're dead? I told him I'd be doing a happy dance. I'll admit, I was cruel. I was cruel. I was hurt. Because I was like, you know what? Even regardless, I'm still his child. You know what I mean? That's the way I looked at it. And for him to say that to me, I was hurt. I have no intentions to even going to my dad's funeral. We'll see when that happens, though. Because like my Uncle Randy said, Tina, he gave you life. I said, yeah, he gave me life and then ignored me. You know? I mean, I'm probably sounding like a very cruel person. You're probably seeing a side of me. You're like, whoa. I'm not usually like that, but I'm 49 years old, and that man has not done anything for me. Why do I want to waste a day shaking hands with all his pleasant friends and putting a fake persona on at his funeral? You know what I mean? Like, oh, yeah, thank you for coming. Yeah, we will miss him. That was so after he knows that. I told him. Once he told me that I was not getting anything from him. And when he died, that he gave it all to Marianne and Chrissy. That and I'm like, well, then I don't need to go anywhere to your funeral then. He just stared at me. He's like, what? I said, why would I go to your funeral then? I'm not part of your family. Oh. Well, you would go to my funeral? I'm like, no, why would I? Should I? Explain to me why I should go to your wake, go to your funeral. When I don't see you in life, you don't care about me. So, why would I go to your funeral? You're just like your mother. And then he walked away. That's what I got. You're just like your mother. I'm like, I'm glad I'm like my mother. Because my mom would have told him the same thing, actually. Off he went. Houghton. All the way down my driveway. It's funny. Oh, man. I opened a new jar. I didn't want to open a new jar. Hey, I'm going to close this random jar I want to use first. So I can get this back sealed up. I didn't want to use that jar. I grabbed the round jar, guys. Put that one back. I thought that looked weird. Okay. I was like, wow, that looks really full. But I think my childhood made me a better parent. People may not agree with that. I don't blame my mother. My mom had worked her butt off to have a home for her kids, you know. But time-wise, when I was young, she didn't have it, okay? when I was an adult, I got more time with my mother than when I was a child because she had to work her ass off. She had a useless ex-husband that couldn't pay his $25 a month child support that she'd have to eventually take him to court once a year. I mean, that's my dad. Yeah. You know, $25 a week, $100 a month. That's all my dad had to pay for child support for me. And he couldn't pay it. Eventually she'd take him to court. And then he'd show up the night before with the cash in his hand. Except when I turned 16, I took his ass to court and raised his child support. He was so mad at me because I moved out because me and my mom were having problems. So I moved out. She told the child support agency, and as long as I stayed in high school, my dad still had to pay child support, even if it was just to me. And so I took him to court, and I got 17% of his income. He was not happy at all. And 6 months later, I was back living at home with my mom, and she remembered, and the checks went back into my mom's name. And she remembered getting the first check, and it was a good amount. She's like, "What the hell?" I'm like, "Make the man pay, Mom." She didn't want to deal with them. That's why I asked her, "Why did you take such less, not 17% of Dad's income?" I didn't want to deal with them. That was her answer. That's why she did not want to deal with them. So she took the $100, thinking he'd pay it. It was only $100. You growing? See, this is what's funny, guys. Ready for this one? My dad and my stepmother have been divorced. For almost 26 years. Okay? I loved his girlfriend. When he divorced my stepmother, he had a wonderful girlfriend. And I really thought my dad and I's relationship would change because she told my dad, "You have 3 kids. You just don't have one." Okay? Because my stepmother made my dad choose your first family, your second. My dad chose the second family. Of course, they're married and have a baby. Okay? When their marriage broke up, he had this awesome girlfriend named Lori who turned around and told my dad, "You're a father of 3. Start acting like it." Okay? That's the first time I saw my dad actually be a nice dad. And since I was a kid, And so I thought we were going to make some headway, except he messed up that damn relationship too. So as soon as things ended with him and Lori, my stepmother came back into the picture because he went off the deep end when Lori couldn't handle him anymore because he'd throw up and, "If I was with Marianne, I'd have this. I'd be driving a new truck. Blah, 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 blah." That was my dad. So Lori's like, finally said to him, "Then go back. Go." And she left. And I don't even know what my dad has in his name. I don't know what my dad is worth because he's given everything control over to his ex-wife. And the last time my dad was in the hospital, I couldn't find any information about my father, what was going on with him. Because I wasn't listed in his medical record that it was noted by his wife. This is what gets me. By his wife, which is his ex-wife technically, that he only had one living child. And as a matter of fact, that's the last conversation I had with my dad. because I said to my dad, when did I die? He goes, what the hell are you talking about? I said, according to your, I said, luckily, they let me in a room as a visitor, but they couldn't find out anything health-wise, what's going on with them, nothing. I was totally off the paperwork. It once again, and he was awake enough when the doctor was in there to I asked what was going on. He looked at my dad. My dad's like, this is my oldest daughter. Oh, okay, Mr. Strum. So then the doctor answered my questions. And once the doctor was out of the room, I said to my dad, when did I die? He goes, what the hell are you talking about? And I made him photocopy that. I went and got the lady. I said, tell my dad what it says in his file. One living child in my sister's name. I said, I'd like to know, did I miss my death? He didn't think, and that's the thing that bugged me. He didn't, and he asked the nurse, well, who did that? Your wife. I don't have a wife, he says. Well, Marianne, blah, blah, blah. It's my ex-wife. But he signed power control over to her. But he didn't think it was a big deal that she did that. And I'm like, when's the last time we talked to him? Matter of fact. I'm like, you don't see a big deal that she put on documented papers that you only have one child that's living? No, he didn't. No big deal. And I'm like, I'm done. That was the last straw for me. That was it. I was no more. And I haven't, because we got into it at Christmas Eve, prior to him being hospitalized in April. So we weren't really talking, but we really don't talk anyways. But that April, or that Christmas Eve, he couldn't spend with my family. He had to go do something with my sister. And I said, wait a minute. I asked for 1 day a year and you can't come here, sit down, enjoy an evening with my family. You have to eat real quick and leave. Well, they've been asking me for years. It's too freaking bad. Going to some friends of my sister's. That I said, don't even bother coming back then. So he didn't come. I said that the Christmas Eve following. And then he ended up a year later, Christmas Eve. And I thought maybe he'd bite the bullet, Christmas Eve came. He didn't show up. And then he ended up in the hospital. And I'm dead, according to his paperwork. I'm dead. That he only has one living child. And I remember saying to him, what type of parent would let somebody say that about your child? I don't care what our relationship is, Dad. You don't list a person dead. Even the nurse said that, Mrs. Strum, that's not right. She says, she was standing there. I felt sorry for this nurse. I really did. She's like, Tina, I'm really sorry. And I'm like, hey, it's not your fault. She looked back in my dad's files to see where I was there. Yep. They don't accept you. Yep. They'd never have. Nope. Yep. My own sister's wedding, I wasn't allowed to be part of. When I was doing my wedding, when I got married, the first thing I said to Scott is, because Scott has a sister, I have a brother, and a sister. And I said to Scott, will you please have my brother? And this is what me and Scott did. Because most bridesmaids, they pick their own wedding party. You don't pick your husband's family, or siblings. And I said to Scott, you have my brother, I'll take your sister. So that's how we evened that out. And he's like, fine. I had my sister in my wedding, but I wasn't good enough to be in my own sister's wedding. And in the seating chart, Sinus Road. Yeah. Moved from California. It took me 10 years to walk again. And I was, oh my God, Candy. So sorry to hear that. Their wedding reception, my family, and the seating chart was way in the back. My sister's aunt, my dad's family with my aunts and uncles were up front. You would think that she would have had her nieces and her sister up front. Nope. We were seated in the back. We left. We ate dinner. I did my duty, said hi, talked to some relatives. I looked at my husband and my kids. And I said, I want to go home. Nope. I made the flowers for her wedding, got to the church that day. Thank God I didn't. I'm glad I didn't pay for them. I would have been more pissed. They ordered flowers, new flowers. After I sat for hours making boutonnieres, bouquets, everything for their wedding, they ordered flowers, ordered everybody in his family all nice fresh flowers, all that, from because they got fresh flowers. They went with the fresh, real flowers, which is fine, okay. That's the last minute thing. But when they ordered flowers, boutonnieres and everything, and corsages for family members, they didn't order me any. I got no, I didn't wear nothing. So you wouldn't even know I was her sister. Yeah. She said to me, the last conversation I had with one of the last conversations I had with my sister. Well, when Dad's gone, it's only you and I. That's what she said. When Dad's gone, it's going to be only you and I. I said, well, I have kids. I don't know. And she has kids too. Well, you know what I mean. I'm like, well, maybe you should have thought of that before. I said, you're an adult. You could stick up for me. When you found out that Dad was just leaving everything to you, you could have went, what about Tina? What about Tina's children? You didn't. Not that I want his crap anyways. All I want out of my dad's house is my brother's ashes, and that's already planned out from a friend of mine that's going to break in the house and get them for me. Because they'll throw my brother's ashes away in the garbage. I know they will. That's how crew they are. That's the only thing I want. And I have a friend that said she'll break in to get them for me. My dad has the biggest mistake I did is I gave my dad my brother's ashes because it was his son. So he sits up on the fire mantle. My brother's ashes does. And I regret that because that's my biggest fear. My hubby came and got me. He's like 77, and I've been with him since. Because he was, oh, wow. Yeah. Oh. I'm not really liking this gel gloss. I'll admit that. I'm not. But I'm going to use it because I bought it. Still not as sticky, but I'm going to do Mod Podge over it like I last time. Yep. I think it makes us tougher as people. Because I know I'm a hell of a better parent than my father. And I think because of how my father was a parent. dokie, smoky, okie dokie. It's looking cool. Okay. Oh, my hand. This stuff is so sticky. I'm not liking it. Ugh. I'm gonna see if I can maybe mix this with something. I don't know what else I can mix it with. Make a concoction or something up. It's not my forte on it. I'll go back to using Mod Podge if I have to. Alright. Maybe I was supposed to use that with something else. I don't know. Put this over here to dry for now while I do the second one. And then I'll clean it up and dry it. Alright. Right. Okay. See. Stays down. Doing it like this. Trying a different way this time. Squeegee. Come on. There we go. Pull it more down. we're gonna go right there. So I'm going to go straight down, layer it down, because I'm going to lay this blue piece going boom. On the edge here. I feel like I'm putting that wallpaper up, you know, where you have to make sure when you put wallpaper up, you smooth it out. Okay. Yep, I knew it wasn't going to stay. I could tell. Just the way it was acting. There we go. Okay, dokie. Put some color right there. That brush out of my way. Up. There we go. Come on the back side of that. That up. Okay, I'm gonna go this way. And then I'm gonna go, whoop, I gotta go over a little bit more. Because that's going right there. Cool! It's looking cool! I'm getting somewhere, guys. I'm getting somewhere. Go across. Well, I'm gonna have to wash my hands when I'm done with this. I can tell it already. Like that there. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Put that right there. Oh, and that's gonna go right there. Yep. Okay. Yep. I'm trying. Okay, let's flip this one. Trying to cover. There we go. 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 Yep. Oh, stop it. Wants to move. Okay, I got too much on there. There we go. I think. There we go. Come on. Plus, it's sticking to my fingers. There we go. Definitely gonna have to trim this off the sides. One piece. I'm gonna go with a yellow. I'm just gonna go right up. Oh, and damn it. Does that piece work? Turn around. Oh wow, one little smidgen. Well, I got this piece. Where do I stick this? Oh, we'll stick it right there. I don't want to waste it, and I ain't going to stash that. We'll stick another one up there. Just so it looks like I did that on purpose. It don't matter. I'm going to cut it up anyway, so you really can't. All right. Okay. What a mess. Look at that cover, man. It's disgusting. Okay. All right. Now, safe measures and the Mod Podge. Slop her on, guys. Just slop it on. Just for purposes like that. All right. Back and forward. Okay. Close that up. Okay. What? Don't use that stuff off it. Are you seriously telling me all of that and it's still coming up on some spots? Seriously? All right, we're gonna put that right there. I'm not even keeping that. Spread all. Oh, yes. Shed it like an old lady now. All right, Vanessa, I'm still here. I'm still here. I ain't going anywhere for a while. I have nothing to do except go out to dinner later, shower and all that good stuff. But I really wanted to get these done, so that's where I am. Okay, I'm actually gonna use this. I'm gonna scrape all that up here. I just cleaned it just to use it. That made no sense, but oh well. I'm not always the smartest chunk of wood in the woodshed, so. Alright. Get my little one out. Alright. Do it one more time. Okay, and that's good for now. Put that back out here. This back out here. I'm gonna go wash my hands. I'm so excited, guys. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Guess what? Let's put this over here. I'm so excited if anybody's still in here. Vanessa, are you still here? I'm going to message her. She just left. I'm going to message Vanessa. Okay. Okay. Yeah, what's up? Okay, hang on. Here, I just messaged you. My boxes are in. My marker caddy. So, let's see. I'm doing a bomb boxing right now. See how well they are. Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay. Whew. Here they are. They're not as big as I thought, so I might order me more. Check it out. But I got 4 of them. Just rip it, Nina. What are you doing with the scissors? Just rip it. Okay. Plus, you can mount them on the wall. So come with the nuts, bolts, whatever. Because I like that. See? That was cool. Oh. Now, here's the real test of time. They are cardboard, right? They're that particle board. They're wood. They're that press wood, I guess you would call it. Here's the key right here. Nice. I mean, they'll hang out a little longer than I wanted, but at least I can have markers. I'm just doing it real quick. They'll be separated because I'm just grabbing markers. Eventually, I'll have them all separated by color. That's what it kind of look like hanging from my shelf where I'll have them. That still looks awesome. I mean, there's quite a space, but hey, it still works. And I got 4 of them. And they can be on top of each other like that. I'll take a picture and it'll be in Tina Scratchy Life once I get this done. Because they're all going to be lined up by individual colors. And if I don't like it, I'll put my paints in it. And what I'm going to do so they don't slide temporarily is I'm just going to put a piece of tape to hold them together on the back. So they don't slide. I wish they were a little deeper, I'll admit that. But I couldn't find anything deeper. But I'm thinking once the markers are all in there, it'll be fine. So you know what, I'm going to probably let you guys go so I can get this done. Now I'm excited now, guys. I've been on here 4.5 hours anyways. So they may not be ideal for the markers. We will see. Because I couldn't find anything deeper. So we will see how I like it for the markers. If not, I'll be putting my paints in them. And the thing is, with the foam board, you can still make them with the foam core board. Yeah, it will collapse. I guarantee it will collapse under the weight using a foam board. That's the downfall of the foam board. Is I think they will collapse under the weight. Because she didn't show that full. I wanted it, because like Scott says, you get them totally full, it's going to collapse. I'll be right back before I sign off. I mean, I have over 300 markers that I would be putting in that. Scott personally thinks that the weight, yeah, I could, would not hold it. The weight of the 300 all in one thing. So we will see. We'll see how this works with these. If I like the markers hanging out that long. If not, I'll be putting my paints in them. But I'm going to call it a day. Thanks for hanging out with me off and on all day. All morning, I should say. It's 11 o'clock here. I'm going to clean my space here. Start doing my markers and see what I like. I'll take a picture and put it in Tina's Crafty Life if anybody's interested. Nobody's in Tina's Crafty Life. Here is the link. You can join. Boom. I post some pictures of the stuff I made, stuff I'll be doing when I go live, and all that good jazz in there as well. If you aren't a member, please join Tina's Crafty Life. And what's today? Today is today's Thursday, and it's BMA's, but I won't be there because I will be out to dinner. Crafty thing she does. I don't remember the name of it. I'm so bad. Thanks for the 9 thumbs up. I greatly appreciate it. I will take a picture once I get this all set up, and I will talk to y'all later. As always, be happy, be kind, be safe, be funny, be crafty, and bye for now, everybody, and have a good day.